Hello, and welcome everybody. And today we're gonna have a game dev stream. Finally. Yeah, it's been a while. It's been a couple of months since the last stream. But yeah, I was having some health issues, trying to solve that and get back into the normal rhythm. So yeah, hopefully we can get back to our normal schedule and stream daily or almost daily. At least that's my goal. But yeah, we're gonna actually continue exactly the same thing that we were doing on the last Ymirheim game dev stream. We're gonna work on new advanced AI for the bosses and the combat simulation. Those two are tied together because to do the bosses, I need to do the combat simulation, and to do the bosses, I also need to implement the AI in a better way than it is implemented right now. So yeah, it's all part of the same big thing. And yeah, last time we started implementing these AI actions, which is like a better way to launch certain actions by NPCs or simulated characters, depending on certain events. So my previous NPC AI implementation was very simple. It was just the list of skills that NPCs can use, their probability, some very simple conditions to check. But yeah, now we need to do more stuff than just the skills. And we need to do that in reaction to certain events, not just every time it runs. Because right now this thing just runs in a loop, filters out, for example, in combat, out of combat stuff, and tries to apply probability, tries to check these conditions, and then just tries to constantly apply these skills, which is not very good, which is very stupid. But this is how the well, similar to this, the original Ragnarok Online 1 server was working, which is why I mainly implemented it this way. I didn't know better. But yeah, we need something much more sophisticated. And yeah, basically my goal right now is to get rid of this hard-coded stuff. These hard-coded skill casting actions. So yeah, last thing that we managed to do is we created all these game data tables for AI actions. And we prepared that to be loaded into the server. Right. Did they create an actual action? Also, yeah, another thing that I'm thinking about changing is the naming, because right now I named this system AI actions, which is not very descriptive or unique. We have the conflict with behavior trees because you have actions in behavior trees as well. So we have AI actions that execute AI actions, which is not very good. So maybe we're gonna rename that not AI actions, but like AI events. I don't know. I need to figure that out. Hello, Aninia. How are you doing? So yeah, for now I'm gonna leave it as it is. Maybe I can come up with a different name. Because right now the only thing that I have in mind is AI events or maybe AI scripts as well. So yeah, we have AI actions, AI events, AI scripts. I don't know. I don't like none of that. Or rather, I like none of that. So yeah, naming is hard. But okay, for now, the main thing that they need is load all of this stuff into the server. So we have AI action type, use skill speak fail quest complete quest. Action event type. And again, this is not the full list that we're gonna end up with. We need way more conditions and event types and so on. But for now, I want to do a very basic implementation. In combat, out of combat, death. So yeah, previously we had NPC skills that can be used while the monster is dead. And that was working in a weird way because it didn't fire at the exact moment when the monster died or NPC died. Same thing. It was rather a single update action that then exited. And it wasn't working well. Like even right now, there is like 100% chance that Cave Puffer uses release toxic smoke on death, but it's not 100% at the moment. Partially that's because the skill has its own cooldown, but partially also that's because the event is not firing all the time. But if I do it this way, then that will fire at the exact moment the monster dies. We can integrate exactly into that piece of code. And so with many other events, like when an NPC killed someone or started the aggro or changed the aggro. So yeah, that's gonna be very nice. With okay, action event types. I don't think I described every enum here. Yeah, like source types. Yeah, I think I started defining the enums but didn't finish, so let's do that. Where is my file? Hello? Okay, VS Code changed something. How do I create a duplicate a file? Oh my god. VS Code changed something. Previously I could just copy and paste and it was working exactly like in Windows Explorer, where it created a file with the copy suffix. Now I cannot do that. Can I move with copy? I can. Well, at least that is still working. I need to figure out, maybe I can create a shortcut. Wait, let me actually try to do that. So what I need is keyboard shortcuts. Can I duplicate file? No. Well, I'm pretty sure there is an extension for that, but I don't want to bother with that right now. If this thing still works, then sure. So AI action, what is going to be source type? AI action source type. And we have structure, NPC, character, and custom. All right. What else? Condition types. We don't have those defined yet. Let's put something in there. I'm not gonna implement conditions just yet, but I need at least something to be there. Yeah, like for example, on health % min. And for example, max. Okay, that should be good. Now I need to create the enum. So AI action condition type. I have a typo. Okay, I have that. Data types, event types, source types, target types. It's weird that when I'm streaming, specifically when I'm streaming, dbeaver and total commander are very laggy. Like, they're pretty slow. But when I'm not streaming, everything's perfect. Really weird. And I'm not sure what's actually affecting that. It could be the OBS, it could be my avatar, it could be stream avatars. Yeah, one of those three, I'm pretty sure. But okay. AI action target types. Self, current target. Enemy top N. Enemy bottom N. Enemy random. Random not top 1. Enemy closest. Ally random. Ally closest. Watching on my phone. It's not really any slower. What do you mean? You mean like 𝙽𝙴𝚁𝙸𝚂 is not slower on stream? Like, yeah, because you didn't see how it works off stream. I cannot physically show that. But yeah, 𝙽𝙽𝙺, when I'm not streaming, 𝙽𝙽𝙺 is much faster. Like, right now it takes a while for it to switch tabs after I click. I don't know, it's just weird. Okay, target types. Action types. We do have action types. Not everything is defined, but that's okay. And AI actions themselves. Okay, so let's define that. I'm pretty sure I haven't done that. So this is gonna be AI action info. Like here, that was really slow to retrieve the DDL. I mean, it is a little bit slower, but not as much when I'm streaming. Okay, so source type, source ID, actually maybe we can make it a long, like 64-bit integer, just in case. Like if I, for example, want to tie that to map good, zone good, I mean. Then I could theoretically use 64-bit integer. I don't think I ever gonna do that. If I need it, I will change the type. Right now, everything is integer, basically. so I don't really need that. Okay, event ID, small integer. Ah, right, because it's tied to source. So we have source type, source ID, event ID, and event link as one big primary key. I see, okay. That's unsigned, so you short event ID, event link, comment, we don't load that into the source. Actually, we do. That's gonna be easier to debug. Enabled, we can skip that, right? Yes, we can skip that, I'm pretty sure. No, actually we can't because we need to filter on that, and unless I want to duplicate the whole structure in the game data table, I need that filled. Event type, action type, action argument, which is integer, target type, and the argument probability. Do we load that as decimal? What's wrong with the file? Why is it red? Oh. What was I thinking about? Probability, yeah. I want to take a look at PC skill table. That's float. Which gets converted into integer. Right. And we have max probability. Okay, let's do that. That's gonna be much more stable than float. Why is it not highlighted anymore? Like which files had changed? Oh my god, they broke my VS Code. Okay, so public int probability and max probability. Okay, so we have probability and now we have conditions. This is gonna be different. I'm not gonna like create all of these fields. This needs to be a collection of actual conditions. Can I use candidates? Wait, where are those? Where did I use those? skill table, I think. Oh, those are requirements. Entity state requirement. No. I don't think I can use that. But maybe I can define that in a similar way with a specification pattern. That's the base requirement. Success code, error code. I mean, I could do that. Do I have condition types defined? Yeah, like that. So yeah, there are two approaches. I can define those as just enums with arguments and that's it. Or I could do a little bit nicer object-oriented approach and define every condition in the specification pattern. Do I need that? Do I even want that? Not sure if I do. The question is then, what's gonna be the subject, the candidate that we test against? Because it could be the entity, it could be the action itself, it could be... Probably it is gonna be entity always. Let me see, what do we have? What did they define for myself? Own health percentage, mana percentage, action target, health percentage, action target distance. I don't think we can even retrieve action target from the entity. No, we cannot. Min enemies, max enemies, min summons, max summons. That, I think, is possible to retrieve from the entity. But I'm pretty sure it actually resides in the controller instead. We could use entity controller as a candidate. Min combat duration, max combat duration, recent skills, recent attacks, on status effect, action target status effect. I don't know. Also, it's gonna be pain to debug, because it is a pain to debug right now, all these conditions. For now, let's just do very simple structure. Very simple structure conditions, which is gonna be literally a structure that contains just the type and argument, type and value. So I need to create one, right? Structure. AI action condition. gonna contain a type and argument or value. We use value here. Okay. And then we just do we use just a list? Yeah, we do just use a list. Read-only list. Conditions. Something like that. Why do I have here this? Weird. I'm gonna just use init instead of set. Just a dummy structure. Okay, now I need the game data table. Yeah, action table, right? Or a actions table. Yeah, action table. Okay, we can probably copy NPC skill table for that. So for table, it's AI actions. Dependencies. Let's take a look at the schema. Where is it? Here. That is actually not needed on the server. Because those are enums. Actually, we don't have any dependencies here. Right? Right. Because those are just enums. So we don't have any dependencies. Okay, that's good. Now, need to construct element and build index. Why is it switched? We're not gonna have skills. So I'm pretty sure I can just construct the object right away. new AI action info, and we're just gonna retrieve everything. So source type. Wait. Reader and container, right? Yes. Items container. I want to keep that unified. So to read an enum, we read a byte. And then we convert it to the enum. Wait. Doesn't have byte or what? Ah. Source type. The event type, action type. Action argument. Oh wait, that's not an enum. That's an integer. Target type, target argument. Probability. So yeah, this one here we need to do conversion similar to this. Why is it not aligning properly? So float probability, and then we do the conversion like this. And then conditions. Right. Yeah, we need to construct the conditions ahead of time, then assign them. So I need new list. Okay. And then we have 10 conditions, right? From 1 to 10. Can I just copy this thing? Where is it? It's not here, it's an actual skill table. like that. So we need type and value. Okay, so we have type and value, and then we just added right, I didn't create a constructor. What does it? Oh, I define those as properties. Also, is byte enough? For now, that's gonna be enough. I don't really care. It's gonna be much easier to change than the client tables. So yeah, that's fine. So what was I doing? Table. Okay, so now we have the conditions. We can set them here. Okay, that's our element. Now we need to build the indexes. So what do we need? We need a composite index based on source type and source ID. And then the events need to be ordered. Well, they I think will be ordered anyway. But not sure if I want to rely on that. Okay, source type and source ID. Let's copy that. So this is gonna be like that. Source type ID by source type or by source. Okay. And then here, this by source equals How do we do that again? Don't remember how to do the compound thing, but let's just check. So source type, then item, source ID, yeah, like that, okay. But we need to filter out the items, and that's a read-only list. Okay. Let's make it a little bit nicer. Something like that. I think this is everything that we need. Then we just retrieve all the actions by source type, by source, which is source type and ID. So for example, for NPC, that's going to be source type NPC, ID, NPC prototype ID. Okay, I think this is good. Now we need to register the stable. Let's see where this is registered. Here. It's not even ordered alphabetically. Oof. Hold on, 1 sec. Something weird is going on with the power. Maybe I should switch to the battery. I don't know. For now, let's forget about it. Okay, so register that. Let's try to restart the server and see if that works. Looks like it did load. Yeah, there it is. Okay, that's good. It did load. So now I guess we need a component, AI component. We already have that. So in addition to loading the behavior trees, we can also load AI actions here. This one is also used for the simulated characters, right? Yes. Okay, so we do have this AI component. Right, I still have this problem with dependency resolution for entity components and entity controller components. I really wanted to leverage the actual, how is it called? Dependency injection container for that. Yes, it's a pain to pass all the dependencies manually. I guess for now that will do. Controller behavior tree. That's a yay type, okay. Context factory service provider. Service provider? That's for this thing. The question is, how am I gonna execute the AI actions? Because I did create like this dummy behavior tree action to execute AI actions. Actions. I need to rename this. But yeah, I did create this. I don't think I've ever used it anywhere. No. Event type. So this thing needs to be aware of all the actions of the current entity. I mean, it can load it from the game data table when needed. Actually, no, not when needed. I don't want to query the data table on every tick. It can use this service thing we were just looking at. Set service provider. And with that, it can request the game data table manager. From the game data table manager, it can request the table needed, and from the table, it can request all AI actions for the current entity and store them in an internal list. But what if I want to trigger that from outside? So what kind of events do I have? Let's do that. So update on every tick. That can be triggered directly from the behavior tree. Update in combat. Again, that can be triggered from the behavior tree. Update out of combat, same thing. Death, which should be fired once when it dies. I don't think behavior tree can do that. Kill, when it kills something. Again, behavior tree cannot do that. Aggro start, aggro change. Theoretically can be done from the behavior tree. On hit, it can't. Evade, flee started, that can be from the behavior tree. This is weird. Some event types will come from outside of the behavior trees. So probably I need to tie it to something like the controller component itself. I don't know. So then we'll load everything into this AI component. And we just add a public method to execute AI actions. There we go. That's, I think, is a good idea. Execute AI actions. AI action type. Event type. Right? Event type. Do we need the context? We have it. Yeah, I guess that's it. We will definitely need some additional data, like for example, when an entity is killed, not this entity, but when this entity kills somebody else, the AI action should be aware of who actually triggered that. Maybe that's for later. We can just add another argument like color or I don't know. Event subject. No, this is event subject. I don't know. That's gonna be for later. I'm pretty sure this design is gonna be very extendable. And then, for example, here, what we can do is do this context owner get component AI component. Why is it not searching? AI component. Then we do AI component execute AI actions, this type. And then return success. Now wait, what if we don't have an AI component? So yeah, we need to do it this way. Return failure when we don't have the component. Otherwise we execute and return success. This thing cannot fail. So then during the init procedure, we need to load the AI actions for the current entity. And this is gonna be another dependency. AI action table. So by source, and here we need to supply the type. You know what? I'm gonna create a protected method load AI actions. Then I need to define the source type and source ID based on the entity type. But it also could be custom. Let's do this as default values. Is it going to be a property or a field? A field. Or... no, it needs to be a property. Returns 𝙽𝙴𝚁𝙸𝚂. I think I'm gonna leave it as 𝙽enumerable too. And then here, we're gonna switch based on this owner. No, we are the owner. Controller entity type. Add missing cases. For structure, we do source type. Structure. Source ID is... crap. For that, we need a prototype. Model ID. I would need to encapsulate that in the brackets. I think it's a bug. Maybe it's not. Okay, need the same for the NPCs. But for NPC prototype. And for the characters, that's gonna be different. Character info. ID. Something like that. I don't like these brackets, so I'm gonna remove that. I would have to rename the variable, which is fine. Something like that. A little bit weird, but I don't see any other way of doing this properly. We need to retrieve the model IDs from the prototype, and it could be structure prototype or NPC prototype. For the characters, we need the character info. So yeah, no way around that, but that's okay. So now we have the AI actions, right? AI actions. Now to execute AI actions of specific type, So I have filter by this and by this. Event ID and event link. I don't remember how I wanted that to work. I think event link runs the event ID of the specified event with the event ID. I mean, runs the event with the specified event link. I don't know. For now, we can skip that. We just do the event ID. Event type. So if we ignore event ID for now, right, we just loop over every AI actions. We ignore this for now. We filter based on a event type. Not equals event type. We just continue. And then it means that this event actually fires. No. So action type is what we do. Target type is our subject. Probability, this is what we need to check. And the conditions. I think we need to check the conditions first and then probability. Right? Right. Let's see, how do we do it here? No, I actually do the probability filter first. Oh, we also order by probability. No, this shouldn't be like that. No. This was different. This logic is not what we're trying to achieve. Instead, our probability is gonna be like a filter, similar to conditions. Okay, let's do this random thing. All right, it was working in a different way. Like it was returning all the skills that could fire. I have a thunderstorm right now. Not sure if you guys can hear it, but it's pretty loud. So do we check the random for every action? Or do we acquire... Yeah, I definitely can hear the thunderstorm. Well, at least a little bit of it. So do we check against a new random every time, or just once for every? Hello, hello? Can you guys hear me? Is my chat working even? It does. Okay. I'm sorry, right now there is like power line problems and a thunderstorm, a very big one. So stream may die in a minute. In a second. I want to check my router. Okay, looks good. But yeah, the stream may go down anytime. I'm sorry, guys. Hopefully we stay in line, but cannot promise anything. Okay, so check the random, right? Then we check if we are within that random. So if random is less than probability, no, if it's greater than probability, then we skip it. Right. And yeah, I guess we need to check that every time. And we also need to check the conditions. So yeah, I think it would be more optimal to check the conditions first and then tackle the randomizer or query the randomizer. Okay, so what we need here is for each condition and AI action conditions. This is the messy part that I was a little bit skeptical about, but I think it's best for now to leave it like that. So what we do is we just do switch case condition type. And here we would have to do all the checks. Like this is messy, I don't like this, but for now I think it's the best approach. And later maybe I can refactor this. It's just the quickest approach for now. And here I would need to check basically everything. There will be a lot of different options here, right? Conditions, yeah. There will be a lot. But for now, let's implement these two and see how it looks like. So it's gonna be something like How do we do that in here? Yeah, here we also do this manually, basically. Yeah, this was optimized pretty aggressively. Now we would have to get rid of that, but that's okay. Because now we just define every condition one by one. I don't know. Yeah, it's going to be a little bit less optimized, but that's okay. So I need to check that, basically. This is going to be condition value. Here we need to... I need to skip the action. Yeah, this is gonna be messy. So maybe I'm gonna optimize this. Not optimize it, but make it more pretty and actually have conditions in the specification pattern. But I may have to check wait, action target. This is more complex. So I need to pick the target for the action before running the condition checks. Because there could be something like action target health %, min max. The question is, how can I implement healing of allies with this thing? Because right now it's very stupid. And because of that, it's pretty resource demanding. So here, Puku Puku can heal the allies when it's out of combat. And the way it works, it actually iterates over every neighbor entity within a specific range. With AI actions, I feel like we need to do this in a different way. we need to check the target type, set the target type to be either closest ally or random ally, and try to heal it. So that means, yeah, we need to have a single target. Right, let me check. What kind of targets can I have? Self, current target, enemy, enemy random, top, and so on. Enemy closest, ally random, ally closest, master, summon random, NPC ID, NPC set ID, NPC race ID, structure ID. But yeah, that means that every time an action executes, it needs a single specific target. So the target needs to be determined before we run the conditions. Then we can run the conditions against the target that we selected and see if we can execute this action. And if it fails, like for example, if we do the healing of 𝙽𝙴 type monsters when they heal their allies, we can do that in this way. So we select a random ally and we just try to heal the ally, and in the conditions we're gonna have like health percentage, and this gonna run every tick in idle, which means that every tick we will try to check against a random ally. We can also add a condition on the range, action target range, distance, I mean, and skip the ones that are too far away. But that would mean that well, we can create ally within a range, random ally within range, and have the target argument Okay. I think this is a good idea. It's gonna be much more logical. So, what do we do with the conditions? I don't want to have the switch statement. I already see that it's gonna be super messy. What I can do is I can do just condition objects, but they would have to be checked against not just a single object, but a certain collection of data, which can include the owner, entity, no, the actual controller in our case, because we need access to certain stuff that's not going to be available within the entity object itself. So, controller. We also need to know the target of the action. I'm not gonna do the actual specification pattern, but something similar. So, I need a new folder. It's just, it feels so weird that we have entity AI actions. We will have also folder called AI actions. I'm gonna rename that. It's just, I don't know to what. So all of this gonna be moved there. Right, then we also need to adjust the namespace. Now I need conditions. And the condition is gonna be AI action condition. Is satisfied by, I guess. I don't think we need error codes in this case. But yeah, let's do is satisfied by. Now the target. Action target. Do I need anything else? Health, mana, action target, health, mana, distance. Min enemies, max enemies. Yeah, we can access that. Combat duration, recent hits. On status effect. Yes, action target status effect. What do we check in the old use learn skill thing? Actually, maybe we can check just two entities. Source and target. No, battle component, this is what I need. And the damage table is also in the battle component. So yeah, I do need the controller. Okay. Owner and action target. This is what we're gonna have. Okay. Right, now this thing needs game data, right? After the behavior tree. And I guess we can create a base condition. Which is going to be abstract. We're going to have a condition type and the value. We need to set those. Something like that. Right, and then this condition can go away. Now, how do we create an instance of this thing? Yeah, that's going to be a problem. We need to register a class based on the type. Can we just specify an actual CLR type in here? I guess we can. So instead of having this enum, we just use a string, which means I need a separate table. But that's okay. That's totally fine. That's totally fine. Wait. The value. Oh, crap. So I need to create a class. I can technically get it from the dependency injection container, but I also need to supply a value. Yeah, I cannot do that. So if I get rid of condition type, which I should, I cannot use the value. I need an empty constructor, or yeah, the constructor that also can accept some dependency injection. And the value, I don't know. Technically, I can still use a structure here. I deleted it, sure. So I can still use the structure, but instead of type, it's actually gonna hold a reference to an actual object that we get from the dependency injection. And then when we execute it, we also pass the value here, not here, here. Like that. Or I could create a separate instance for each AI action, but that's gonna be messy. And I wouldn't be able to use dependency injection within the conditions, which I may need to. So let's do this through the dependency injection container with this value. Crap. Actually, now I don't need this base class at all. Also, I'm gonna move this here, the interface itself. The actual conditions are gonna be in their own namespace, but the interface is gonna be there. Then condition. Yeah, it's not gonna be a type anymore. How are we gonna do this? So here I need a list of basically a tuple with the reference to the condition itself, condition object, and the value. So this condition how do we name this? So this is not going to be a condition, but condition. No, it is a condition. This is crap. I don't know. Like it's an operator. This is like an operator that also accepts the value, and operator and the value together is our condition. How do we name it? Also, this is a class now, not a structure. I don't know, condition set or whatever. Because yeah, technically this is the condition, but then this is not the type, but actually, let's name this condition types. Condition types, and this is also condition type. So condition type, then this is the condition. This enum goes away now. This way is going to be closer to our data structure in the database. Now this is still a condition that has a type and a value. The table is going to be different because this is not an enum anymore. Here we need an actual dependency table, similar to, what can I use for this? Structure type handler. Yeah, why not? Yes, something very similar to this. So this is gonna be AI action condition type. How is it called? AI action condition types. Yeah, AI action condition type table. Name. So this needs to be renamed now. It's gonna be type. Type. No. Maybe we do rename this to condition handlers. I don't know. Condition checkers. Naming is hard. Yeah, condition type doesn't sound good. It's just a condition and an argument for a condition. I don't know. Like here it looks logical. You have condition type, condition value. But in the code it's different. We have like a requirement, very similar actually to, yeah, skill requirements or item requirements. But we don't have a single specific target that we check. We have 3 objects that we check: the owner, action target, and the value / argument, whatever we're gonna call in the end. So how can we call this thing? It's not condition type. Condition handlers, no. Also, I don't really need the specification pattern in this case. Because every single condition is gonna be the end condition, which is much easier than this requirement system that I created. But maybe we do rename this to requirements. If we rename this to requirements, what do we have here? Yeah, we don't really. Also, a condition can require status effect. So there could be another naming collision. For now, condition type is actually looking more or less correct. So we have conditions. Inside the action, we have conditions. Condition consists of condition type and the value. And the type is the actual checker that checks everything. For now, that's good. Why did they start having trouble with that? Because of this, the naming of this thing. Right? Let's leave this as handler within the stable, yeah. it's not going to be a structure type handler. This is AI condition type, action condition type. So we can leave this as handler type, just the field. Then we need to add this table as a dependency here. And we also need to retrieve it. How do we do that again? Like that. Yeah, okay. Wait, this is your run table. Well, actually, let's just do this properly. So type, this is going to be type ID. Then here I need to do handler equals this table by ID, type ID, handler. I need an error correction, error check. Oh yeah, like that. So AI action condition number is not found for AI action number oof. I don't know what's the number here because we have 4 properties that uniquely identify this thing and they are read later. Well, we can just skip that. What? What happened? Ah. Okay. That looks good. And then here, we can just do, all right, first we need determine action target. But for now, we're gonna do action entity. It's gonna be our action target. So here for each condition, type is satisfied by this controller, action target, and condition value. So if this is not satisfied, I hate nested for each loops. This is gonna be weird to debug, but it's okay. At least it's not complex nested structure as in skill requirements. But yeah, we need to determine the action. Target type. Self current target enemy top N should also accept an argument, right? We do have that. Yeah, target argument, target type and target argument. Bottom N random not top 1. I could replace it not top N, actually. Target types. Enemy closest, enemy random, ally closest. Where is the ally random? Oh, there it is. Enemy closest, ally random. Do we have enemy random? Yeah, we have enemy random. Okay, good. So this is 9, this is 9, okay. So how is it gonna be? This one's gonna be a switch. But that's fine. In this case, that's fine. That's not so much logic. So yeah, by default, action target is gonna be the current entity. But we also do AI action. Target type. Admission cases. Oof, still not too few, but that's okay. So self is that. Just in case I'm gonna duplicate that. Actually, I do need the default here. So what we're gonna do is Set it like this, and here we actually throw new except index out of range exception. Non AI action target type. Okay, so self. Now current target. Is that the target set in AI context? Or is it the target set in combat info? Let me take a look at the behavior trees. Default combat behavior. Set target. Set target. So yeah, this is what we're doing. Battle info target. Okay, perfect. That's very convenient to check. Action target equals action target equals entity battle info target ID. Right, we need to retrieve the actual target, not the ID. I think I can just copy whatever we do here. Where was it? Here. It could be null though, but that's okay. If it's null, then we just skip. Enemy top N. This is from the enemy table. I don't remember how it works. Have enemies. Most hated enemy. How do we calculate that? Yeah, we don't even sort. It's very critical place to the performance, so it's very limited. In our case, with the conditions, I feel like we need to retrieve all entries, sort them by enmity, I could actually rewrite this and make it in a way that we always sort the list by enmity, right? It's gonna be a little bit more expensive, but it should be good. The problem is at enmity. Yeah, the thing is the entry can be updated. And it doesn't have any events. Again, it's a very simple structure. But yeah, it can be updated directly. And this can be executed tons of times per second. So I don't want to sort every time. So yeah, I'm just gonna request the all the entries from the enemy table. All entries. Order by enmity. Order by descendant. Right? You can actually write this as a link query. So this is going to be order by descendant. Then we do top first. No. How is it? How is it done? Take. AI action. Target argument. So we take return specified number of continuous elements from the start of a sequence. Yes, this is what I wanted. Take and then no. This is the index. Offset. How do I do this? Like, I need to get nth entry from this list. And return null if it doesn't exist. What does index do?
Don't tell me you're following me. Following you?
Oh, thank you for the follow, Ryan. Oh my god, I'm gonna struggle with the name. Thurbar? Sorry if I butchered the name. I'm really bad with the names. But yeah, welcome to the stream. Is that index? There's a numeral that... No. This is not what I needed. Why am I struggling with this? This is... I need an offset. Skip. So we skip target argument. First or default. So top one, if argument -1, I guess. So if it's top one, we skip 0, first or default. If it's top 3, we skip 3 - 1, 2. Yeah, and that's gonna be our third. Okay, should be good. So now we assign that to here. Oh crap. That's the enemy table entry. Enemy table entry. Also, this is a structure, probably. Let me double check. No, that's an object. Okay, good. So now I need to find session ID from here. But this can be null, right? If it's null, then we just do Session ID empty. Okay. Now bottom end. Basically, it's gonna be the same. Oh crap. Right. This is just gonna be ordered by enmity. The lowest is on the top. Everything else is the same. Don't really like the code duplication, but whatever. Now, random enemy. Yeah, it's gonna be similar. So all entries, we get rid of that. Then we need to pick a random one. Do we have a link extension for that? No? Random enemy. Well, I guess we just convert this to a list and pick a random one by index. Or even to array. And then we... But this can be empty. If enemies... Actually, this can be much easier. Oh, no, it's okay. Action target equals length more than 0. Then we do enemies. We still need to convert to an entity. So here, randomizer next from 0 to enemy's length. Wait. Session ID. Otherwise, it's null. Okay. Random not top n. So for this one, I need the top n. So all entries, order by descendant enmity, skip whatever we do, and then with the rest, we convert them to array and do this. This looks crappy, but for now it's gonna be good enough. Enemy closest. Enemy closest. So for this one, again, we need to retrieve all the enemies and convert every single one of them to an entity. And check the distance for each of them. This is gonna be expensive. Do I need this? Yes, I believe I need this. Looking at this, I believe I need to move the random check, the probability check, to the very top. That way we can skip a bunch of this. So for example, if there's an event that has just, let's say, 0.1% chance of activating on the random, or not even the random, but closest enemy, this is going to be the most expensive one, I believe, then we need to find the closest enemy on that rare occasion. We don't have to run these checks every single time. The downside is... Actually, I don't think there is a downside. I think this is the intended way. We just filter the event by type. We apply the probability right away because the event technically happens. And then we determine the target and we run the checks. Yes, I think that's gonna be correct. But it's probably not, well, it's definitely not gonna behave the same way as the old NPC skill table. That one used a completely different logic. Okay, so enemy closest. Let's do this. So we need to take all the enemies. Here we actually don't care about the enmity, we just get all the enemy table entries. Hello, Doldark, how are you doing? Hi, good to see you. So if... No, not if. We need to do this for each. For each entry in enemy table entries. We need to find it. Why is it... Oh, candidate. So if candidate is not null, then we need to also calculate the distance. And we need to do that through the combat thing. I don't have it here. Service provider, I need to put it here. Combat system strategy. And I need to find the closest one, right? So this is gonna be... also, yeah, I need this. But I do need... closest distance. positive infinity. And then closest enemy. Okay, so we have those two. Now we can run the checks. So, if candidate is not null, we need to get the distance, which is this combat system strategy. Calculate distance between entity and candidate. If distance is less than closest distance, then we do closest distance equals distance, closest enemy equals candidate, and we go next. That should be good. And then after that, we do action target equals closest enemy, which could be null, and it's fine. Let's see again. So for every enemy in the enemy table, we try to find it among the neighbors. If it's not there, we just go next. We calculate the distance between our current entity and the candidate. If the distance is less than closest distance, which is positive infinity by default, then we update the distance and we update the closest enemy. Yes, looks good. Now, random ally. I have no idea actually how to do that. Random ally. I guess we just iterate over neighbors. Let's see, how did I do that in the use learn scale? That was disposition. Battle component is enemy. That brings me to another thought. Closest enemy could be not the one from the enemy table, but just a hostile neighbor. The top enemies are fine. Random enemies questionable. But yeah, enemy top and enemy bottom, and that does come from the enemy table. Enemy random. I think we should explicitly separate those. So we have the enemies come from enemy table, right? And we could add another target type, hostile, I don't know. So happy, it's great to see you working. Really missed. Thank you. Yeah, trying my best. Not performing the best, but trying my best at least. Definitely not performing the best. So yeah, we can treat the enemy target types as specifically something that comes from the enemy table. Allies, we don't have any ally table, so yeah, that's gonna be our neighbors. We can actually explicitly say ally neighbor random, ally neighbor closest. And then we can have hostile neighbor random, hostile neighbor closest. Technically not hostile, like hostile indicates that they're like aggressive, right? But not the allies. And calling them enemies, I don't know. It's confusing. We have different terms that look the same. Okay, let's try to do this. Random ally. How can we implement that? Because that's definitely gonna come from just the neighbors. So we have neighbors. All, I guess. That's gonna convert them to list. Actually not. It's a generator. Okay, neighbors all. And toArray basically is gonna iterate over every single one of them. But I don't think there is any other way around. If we need to pick a random neighbor who is an ally as well. Oh my god. Okay, then we do iterate over all. Neighbor and all neighbors. We need to check if it's enemy or not. I need battle component for that. Let me copy that thing. This is not a task. We're just gonna throw an exception if it's not found. Could not find battle component in this controller. Where? Yeah, my brain is not performing very well right now. Okay, so we have battle component. Now here we can do if battle component is enemy. If is enemy neighbor, we skip it. Bah. You know what? I'm gonna use a link for that. At least I'm gonna try. I'm not sure if I can. So neighbors all where... No, not entity. If not enemy. And then among those, we need to pick a random one. So we just convert this to array. This is gonna be so expensive. But yeah, I guess there is no way around it. And yeah, we just pick a random one. Not enemies. Candidates. And we don't need to find. We can just return whatever is there. Okay. I like closest. I mean, I can do it in a similar way, but here I actually want to iterate over every neighbor. So it's gonna be for each neighbor in this controller environment neighbors all. We need to maybe we can reuse this, since we would have to iterate over every single one of them. Might as well just store them in the array. Actually, no. There is no reason for that. It's just a waste of memory. Waste of memory allocation. So here we just need to if not battle component is enemy neighbor. We continue, right? And we need to do the distance calculation. So closest distance equals float positive infinity and entity closest ally equals null. We do basically the same thing as we did here. So distance neighbor closest distance is that, closest ally is that, right? Right. Simple enough. Okay, and we're done with our target types. So now we can determine the target. That's good. This is so messy that I want to move it outside into a separate method. For now, it's okay. We can refactor later. Conditions should be working. Although we don't have any conditions yet, and we need to update our data table. Yeah, if conditions are not met, then we continue. But there's one more piece to this. We need to actually run the action. So we have the conditions, right? We have probability. We have the target. Those two are left. Action type and argument. And that, I think, is also good, could be good to have a dynamic. Well, yeah, let's move this to a separate method because it's messing up with my vision. I don't know. Protected. Get action AI action target. So we need the action, right? And that's it. Oops. Also now this can be gone. We can just return. Oh, I just found a bug. Okay. This looks much better. All the mass is here now. That's okay. Right. Yeah, game data tables. Handler type. Yeah, so now we need to rename the schema. One sec, let me export whatever I have. Okay. And now condition types. This is a string without any limitations, right? Yeah, just string. Is that ID? Yes, ID handler type. Okay, now we put, no, well, now we need to rename the column. In the CSV file. And now we can put it back into the database. There we go. Now it's handler type. Now we need to actually specify actual CLR types, which are going to be stored here. So this is going to be what am I doing? On health percent min condition. So now here, I deleted that code, right? Yeah. I didn't even comment out. Crap. Okay, well, let's start from scratch. So is satisfied by on health percent min condition. I can copy that from use target scale, use learn scale, health percentage. Yeah. Okay, we have health factor. So on health percent min. On health percent min. should be greater or equals to the value. So our own health percent min means that our health should be greater or equals to the value. This is the minimal value for this condition to be true. Okay, so health factor greater or equals to value. Percent needs to be converted to the factor. So factor times 100. Right? Yeah, percent is because the value is integer. We cannot use float point numbers like we used here. This is why I used factors here. Here I cannot do that. So health factor. Let's just do health. Well, it's okay. Health factor times 100. 0%. Okay. And now we need to store that. Condition types. I copied it. What the hell? Control C, please. What? What the hell is going on? I think I need to reopen the table. Can't me define this. What? What's going on? Why can't I edit? Was I disconnected? Hello? You can edit this, but I cannot edit this thing. Why? Read only. No corresponding table column. Are you kidding me right now? Name. I needed to refresh the detail. Okay, we good. Okay. Also, there's one more thing. This needs to be registered in the dependency injection container. Which is gonna be fun. Every single thing needs to be registered there. I don't know where to put it. I guess here. Context factor. Okay. Guess we have that. Let's do the max. which is just gonna be with the different sign. That's it. It's gonna be weird to edit the AI actions table, because here, why doesn't it show me the description? Where do I set it? Okay. A little bit hard to see, that's my problem, but I guess it's good enough. Okay. Let's see, I want some complex condition. For example, action target distance. Action target distance min condition. So for this one, I need can I actually calculate distance from the battle component? Let me double check. Where did they have the battle component? No. Okay, so I need to forward combat system strategy. Request it here. So now dependency injection comes in handy, which is good. So now here, action target distance condition. So I need this, no, where distance equals this, combat system strategy, calculate distance between owner, entity, and action target, and return distance min greater or equals to value, right? Action target distance min, minimal distance. Yes. And I guess we can do the max. Like that. What else could be complex? Combat duration. Nothing of that is actually too complex. Recent hits. I guess I can copy that from use learn skill. Recent hits. That comes from the damage table. Last 15 seconds. Yeah, that's easy. That's just, we get the battle component and do that. So yeah, all of that is easy. So think I need to, for now, I need to stop implementing features, and I need to actually try and make this thing work. So first of all, can we load the data that we have? I have an error. Did not notice. What do we need here? Combat system strategy. Do I have it? I don't. Where do I put it? After the game data. What? NPC controller factory is now failing. Wait, which one? Boulder. Okay, at least I have this. Wait, what's wrong? Game data is missing. After... oh, third argument. Probably character controller factory is also gonna fail. No, something different. Cannot find dependency table. Ah, I didn't register the new table. No, it's wrong. No service for type. Right, I forgot to register the rest of the conditions. Man, max. What else did I create? This thing. And this thing. Also, I didn't add these conditions to the table. No, what's wrong? Type conversion cannot be performed. I know. I know. Where's the table? So many open files. The type can be null. Okay. Now let's see. Oh, it did load the two tables. I think we're good. Yeah, we're good. Oh. So now I'm missing a few condition types. Oof, so many open files. Right. Why doesn't the duplicate hotkey work? It was right alt insert, right? Let's see. Where is the keyboard shortcuts? What? Okay. Wait, where was it? User interface keys. Stupidity. Okay. Duplicate. Duplicate row. Control Alt insert. They changed the hotkey. Control Alt insert. Okay. There we go. Let's see if it loads now. Okay, that worked. Okay, what's next? Yeah, before trying to implement every single condition type, every single other stuff, I need to make sure that it actually works. And it actually doesn't because there is nothing to do. Yeah, we need to implement this. And for this, I think I would like to implement it in the same way as I implemented the conditions. Because yeah, I don't want to implement everything in a single method with a giant switch case because there are gonna be a ton of actions. Let's see what I described so far. Use skill, speak, fail quest, complete quest step, clear enemy table, flee, die, despawn self, spawn summon, despawn summon. All of that is pretty complex. Even use skill is complex. Also there is a typo, capital K. But I'm just gonna delete this file in a moment because I'm gonna create handlers instead of this. I don't know. Yeah, I do need to create that. How are we gonna call that? Another problem. Action type. Well, I guess just action handlers. AI actions, folder, handlers. Oh, 1 second. Okay, so AI action handler. Let's create an interface for that. AI action handler. Void execute. So we need to pass the controller. crap, can't even type. Entity controller. Entity target. Action target. Wait, action target can be null. For example, for the failed quest, right? And I think I made it somewhat required. One sec. Where is that? AI component. Get action target. Unknown type. No, it can be null. And by default it's gonna be self. Okay. So action target. Argument. And I think that's enough. At least for now. Probably I will extend it with like additional metadata. But for now that should be enough. So now instead of event type, it's gonna be event handler. Wait, no. Event type, correct. Action type, it's gonna be action handler. Action type, yeah, is the thing that we are removing. Action handler, action argument. Okay. Now we need to fix this, but for that we need another dependency table. So I'm just gonna copy this. Now it works. Previously it didn't work earlier. Okay, so this is AI action. AI action types. Here we can actually rename this to AI action handlers. AI action handler table. Just like that. Now we need to register it. We need to add it to here. And we need to request it as a dependency. Right, now I need to do this earlier because it can be null. I need an exception. Action type handler, right? And it still can be called action type. Yes. Okay. So now I need to add a column called handler type. Not action handlers. Wait. We can leave this as action types, but have a handler as a field. So action types, action types, and we rename this AI action type table. And yeah, here we just add another column, handler type. And that's gonna be also a solution for the condition types. It's gonna be handler type and the name that we can just use inside the editor, which is nice. Okay, action types. I'm just gonna add a column. One sec. To the CSV. Handler type. Okay. And we need to add it to the schema. Action types. We just copy this to here. Let's load that into the database. Action type. What? Why is it empty? You stupid thing. Okay. Oh, that's target types. Action types. Okay, I see. I needed to actually create a column properly. There we go. What is this close? Where does it come from? Hello? Whose close is that? Windows. Sure. Whose close is that? I have no idea. Let's close the beaver. I think it's... No, it's not the beaver. What? Whose close is that? Why is it in the middle of my screen? Hello? I don't understand. I don't know whose close is that. Now it's gonna be in the middle of my screen. Sure. I guess. It's not foobar. It's not a BS. Even not the Discord. What else? Whose close could that be? I have no idea. Trying all the different applications. I don't know. I guess we'll leave it with the close now. In the middle of the screen. Okay. Whatever. What was I doing? The beaver. This is stupid. Thank you, Windows, for telling me to close something. Right, so now I need to register this thing. This is annoying. Oh my god. So I wanted to add a name column for this thing as well. Let's try to do that. And it's not this close. I don't know. Okay, so now we can add like human readable names for the conditions. Own health percent min. Action target distance max distance min. I feel like it would be better to swap those min and max. Like that. And now if we open AI actions, go to the conditions, now I can change the description. There we go. Now it's much more human friendly. Okay. This close is so annoying. Like it's sitting right in the middle of the screen. But okay, what was I going to do? Source type, target type, it's still gonna stay the same. That's fine. It's still gonna stay as an enumerable. Event type also gonna stay as enumerable. But yeah, that one is fine. Right. So now we have the handler. And now we can actually run it. Right? So if we go to the AI component, this is so annoying. Now we can run the action. So AI action handler execute this controller target action target and AI action argument, just like that. Now we can run the action. Okay. So what do we have here? To current target, action type, use skill, skill ID. Right, we also didn't implement any of that. Didn't even define the handler types. So I'm pretty sure now if we try to load it, it's gonna fail. because the handler name is empty. Oh. Yeah, not valid type. So now we need to actually create handlers. The first one is gonna be use skill. Sure. Use skill handler. So this, how is it gonna work? The argument is the skill ID, right? We can just directly rename it. An action target is the actual target of the skill. Yeah, now we have to explicitly define the target. We cannot rely on the skill disposition or anything like that. But that's okay, that's the right thing. It simplifies everything. So, use skill, huh? So this thing needs game data for the skills. Where did my bracket go? Okay, game data. Should I even check if the entity has the skill? No, I don't think so. I don't need that. So, skill table by ID. Skill ID. If skill is null, why doesn't it include the system namespace? It's weird. Could not find skill number, skill ID to execute an AI action. Okay, so we have the skill now. We need the battle component. Okay, we have that. So now we need to do one of two things. If the skill has casting time, we need to start casting. And if the skill is instant, we need to just use it. But let me double check with this thing. Yeah, we just use battle component cast skill. Scenario. Oh no. I need to specify the scenario. Well, we have to determine the scenario. So, what could it be? Maybe we just use forced scenario. Because I think the NPC use scenario actually checks if the NPC has the skill, right? Actually, probably not. No, probably not. So we need to determine the scenario type. Let's start with none. So if controller entity type equals character. If it's character, oof. Yeah, I need to automatically detect which scenario to use. And I don't think I can use forced section. Because I do need like distance checks and stuff like that. And if I use the character skill cast skill use, it could be that the skill is not learned, for example. Which actually should be fine. It should fail. Right? Yes. It should be totally normal. But first of all, I need to switch based on the character, then based on the skill type. Does it have casting time? Does it use? Is it toggle? Is it ground? I don't even have the ground skills right now, but okay, first of all, the character. Then if cast time greater than time span 0, then we do scenario equals character skill cast. Right. Else if skill type toggle, then scenario equals character skill toggle. Could that be an item? Yes, it could be an item skill. This is stupid. Do I actually have to do that? I guess I do. So if skill type equals where? How do I know if that's an item skill? How do I know if that's an item? The other way around. I'm looking up the item in the inventory and then comparing to the skill ID. I cannot look at the skill and know if that's an item skill. Wow. Well, I can know by comparing the ID, but I cannot rely on that on the in the server code. I cannot hardcode the IDs. But yeah, technically all my skills are, the IDs of the skills are organized in a way that all the item skills have certain ID prefix, if you say so. But okay, I guess we just ignore the item scenario. And we just rely on this. So basically either these three or these three. Okay, let's do that. So skill cast, toggle, else we just do scenario equals character skill use. Right. Otherwise, we use NPC even for the structures. We use the NPC scenario. And we can just copy the same thing and just use NPC. Okay, now if scenario is cast type, we already know if we need to cast or not. Then we do battle component cast skill. What do we need there? Target, action target, skill is skill, scenario is scenario, and that's it. Otherwise, battle component use skill, action target, skill, scenario, primary true, right? Yeah. Right, we also need to notify everyone. Why? If cast time is greater than 0, Why isn't this inside here? Why do we do this here? I feel like it should be inside use skill. Probably because we have the controller doing the job, right? No. Ah, interesting. That could be the reason why we sometimes see a bug where the casting, skill casting effect renders indefinitely. We don't cancel that for certain characters. I mean, for characters in certain situations. So maybe use skill should notify the neighbors. Or even apply skill action, because it handles all of that already. Where is it? Where is it? Notify skill action. So this should be executed every time, even on the fail, right? So action effect to the source and the target. Okay, so this is just gameplay logic. Notification about used failed skill to everyone around. Source target. It's not to everyone around. No, actually it is. Wait. So skill use signal. Let's say that this is the entity fails skill, right? Is that the same as here? Yeah, entity fails skill. It looks like this is redundant then. So entity fails skill is in here. First of all, we send it to the source. We send it to the target. Neighbors. We iterate over every neighbor. If it's not the source, not the target, then we send it. So yeah, this is redundant. So yeah, I don't need to use that, I guess. What changed here? How? Weird. But okay, AI component. No, not AI component. Use skill handler. I guess we just need to use the skill and that's it. We don't care about the result, right? Yeah. We just use it. Yeah, I would need to completely get rid of this this class, which is probably a good thing, but it does so many different things, like the rotation, for example. But okay. This should be enough. Let's register that in here. These ones. Let's create a dummy handler. Actually, I don't need the constructor. This thing will do nothing. This clause is so annoying. What am I trying to revive? Ragnarok Line to the Gate of the World. Can find it here. But yeah, basically it's like an old MMO that never came out of beta. And yeah, this is like a small hobby community project where we're trying to make it work, make it playable. And yeah, basically at this point, this is like such a huge project that it changes basically every aspect of the original game, including like the list of available classes and so on. All the skills are different, the balance, the combat, everything is different basically at this point. But yeah, trying to revive that. Okay, so now I can use the dummy handler here. Where is it? Dummy handler. And also I need to register both the use skill handler and the dummy handler. And the dependency injection. Why is everything open? Oh, that's the game. Okay, that should be good. Where am I from? From Ukraine. Crazy thing, but yeah, I am from Ukraine. Where are you from? You're from Ukraine too? Nice. That's a nice coincidence. But yeah. 0, null, 1, strength. I think I forgot to export the data from the database. Yeah. But yeah, hello, fellow Ukrainian. Okay, now it works. It did load. Okay, so now, can we actually test it now? Use skill. This is our skill ID, which is the sword auto attack. Target type, current target. Let me verify everything. So source type, character 112, okay. Event type on every update. Event types. I don't think I'm actually checking that anywhere. One sec. Where is AI component? There it is. Is the start button that gives you away? Yeah, it's a very, very subtle hint of where I'm from. A nice personal website. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I need to update it. I didn't finish. It. I only started working on it and then had a bunch of health problems and had to stop. You can right now removed elsewhere. I am right now in Ukraine. I do have a GitHub, but I'm not using it. Like, I don't have any nice, interesting projects published there. This source code is not available on GitHub. Technically, you can see it on stream, but yeah, it's not available as a whole. I got mobilized 3-4 months ago. Servant. Oh. Good luck. Yeah, that's tough. Hope everything will work fine for you. Okay, so oh yeah, event type, we're actually checking it, but I need to execute the specific event type for this action to fire. So right now the only way to do that is from the behavior tree, and I'm not using that. So how can we test this? How can we test this? I guess for the character, our knight, where was the character combat behavior? There it is. The AI behavior for simulated characters. So have
Don't
you
tell me you're
learned
following me.
skill?
Following you?
Oh, thank you for the follow. Thank you, thank you. Guess we need to run it in parallel. So we're already maintaining the desired combat range. We're already trying to use learned skill, but for simulated characters, only thing that it's doing is it's gonna actually execute the skill when the casting finished. It's not gonna try to attack anybody. in the first place. So what we can do is we can duplicate this and let me get rid of that. Wait. Periodic updatable. Yeah, so here we can execute AI actions. An action type, wish I could see. Update in combat, I guess. It should be both. Like, it should execute the update and update in combat. Let's start with update. Can I include this, please? Why? There we go. The work as a game dev or the is your job is different, and this is a hobby. My job, I work as a web developer, and game dev is just my hobby. My language is C#. That's a hard question. I use a lot of different languages. I do use C# for work, but mainly for work I use PHP. I'm just like language agnostic. I can work with a lot of different languages. But I'm most proficient with C# and PHP. TypeScript, yes, I do use TypeScript, but mainly for the front end. Rice propaganda, eat rice. I love this message. Welcome to the stream, Rice propaganda. Yeah, true to the name. I will eat rice. Thank you for reminding me. Just doing my job. Do you actually need this to be periodic updatable? Actually, 150 milliseconds. Because that was the optimization for the use learn skill, which actually did a lot, and it actually needed to be kept. But here, I feel like the update type is meant to be executed every time. I guess I can just get rid of periodic updatable completely, right? If I get a comma. Yeah, I think I can just do this. And I guess we can do in combat, since this is the combat behavior tree section. Okay, this should be enough in theory. To simulate our night. I mean, to get rid of the hard-coded skill execution for our night. Where is it exactly? Who is the knight? Player 1 is the knight. This is player 2. Here. Yeah, this is knight using his basic attack. So if we get rid of that, and instead our AI action kicks in. Well, actually let me double check. 112, right? Where's our script? Knight 112, yes. So this should theoretically get loaded into our simulated knight's AI. Enabled event type on update every tick. Let's replace that with update in combat, since we do have support for that already technically. Action type use skill 201. Current target. I don't think we actually set the target for our knight. Wait. What about the enchanter? Yeah, we manually force it to attack the boss. So we somehow need to initiate the combat and set the current target for the knight to be the boss. Huh. I didn't think about that. This close tooltip is so annoying. Like, it appeared like half an hour ago, I think. I don't know which window triggered it, which program triggered it, but it's still there. Just Windows things. Okay, so let's see. Initial targets. Oh no. No, yes, it's actually that the target that I need. I forget to implement that. So this is how I intended to assign the targets. Okay, okay. Right, so we need to add the support for this attribute to our XML thingy. Scenario, spawn. Another question is, will this apply to both the characters and NPCs? I guess so. Which means that we can just add another attribute here. Initial target spawn ID attribute. How do we now enforce it? So we spawn everything, right? Then yeah, another thing is we cannot do it right here because the target may still be not spawned yet. So after we spawn everything, then we can probably assign the targets. Yeah, I guess here, right after we spawned everything. we iterate over the spawns again, or no? Spawn entities don't have the spawn info though. Yeah, I need to iterate over this. And I need to basically reverse this. So entity equals spawned entity spawn ID. If spawn info initial target spawn ID greater than 0, then we need to retrieve the target as well. And actually this can be missing. I need to handle that. So it's gonna be if spawned entities try get value. This key out target entity. So if this fails, then we just throw an exception out of range, or index out of range exception. Could not find initial target spawn number. No. Target spawn for spawn number this. Should be good enough to debug. So now we have target, we have the source. Now we need to set the target. What? Oh, that's the controller. Entity battle info target ID. Target ID equals target entity ID. Now the question is it going to be reset by the behavior trees or not? I should probably just add an entry to the enemy table. Because yeah, it will be reset. So yeah, we try to set the target from the most hated enemy, otherwise we reset. We check if we can see the target. If we cannot see it, then we reset. If the target is dead, we also reset. So yeah, probably I need to add an entry in the enemy table. Well, actually makes sense. Initial target, spawn ID. But what if we need this initial target for defensive skills? Like we need a target for the priest. I don't know. Also, let's add this for enchanter as well. I don't know. Like another way of doing this is I can just get rid of this section. Or at least this section. Or at least this section. So instead of setting the target from the most hated enemy, I can rely, at least for simulated characters, I can rely solely on the target set in the XML script. So if I do this, we should be good. This is annoying. Are the only one working on the project, or the others? Mainly I work alone, but some people do help me, mainly with like graphics, with like 3D models, with textures, because I'm just a programmer. I cannot draw. But yeah, code-wise, I do work on this alone. So, I'm pretty sure that if we run the simulation now, in theory, it should work. So we commented out the hard-coded skill use for the knight. But now we have execute AI actions running in parallel every tick while in combat, and it should, in theory, again, execute this action on the boss. Probability 100%. Oh, another thing is it's gonna try to do that even when the skill is not available, even when the skill is casting, and so on. Because previously use learned skill was handling that. I guess I could extract that logic into the behavior tree itself. Like check if we are casting a skill. If we are casting a skill, then we just skip this. No, I cannot. The whole idea is this thing actually should fire every single time when triggered. Like, this should fire on every update. there could be multiple actions that could rely on that. So that means that only for the use skill action, we need to be a little bit careful. Or we can just improve our battle component. Where the hell is use skill action? Use skill handler. Like, it will always try to use a skill, right? Even if the skill is not available. And that's fine because we do run the checks. But I think what we are not checking is if another skill is currently being casted. Yeah. Yeah, we only check if the skill has cast time, and we check if the cast time, the casting time has like finished for this skill before we use it. Huh. So probably I need to add another check here. So this is gonna be prevent skill use casting / casting when another skill is in process of casting. We don't check that, which is bad. I mean, it's not like you can hack with this thing. It's just a matter of if you started casting a skill and then somehow you trick the client and the client sends the request to use another skill and that skill doesn't have the cast time, it's gonna use that skill. Nothing will prevent it from being used. It's just on the client side that will look weird because you would still be casting your old skill, I guess. Actually, no, even that will be reset. And yeah, after you use the skill, the casting time timers will reset anyway. So there's nothing bad in this, it's just it's wrong, and I guess it could be a problem for this AI action thing. But okay, that's for later. For now, I think it should work in theory, so let's try to simulate a combat. I wish I remembered how to do that. Come on. Why is it compiling for so long? Okay, simulate. Why is it compiling again? That's weird. So simulate test XML. I forgot to output into a file. What? Do I not need to use the double dashes? I guess so. What's going on? .NET run, right? Right. It should be working just fine on its own. Why can't I execute the command? So the server is working in the normal mode. I forget how to run the simulate command. Oh, simulate. So yeah, I was doing that correctly. It's just stupid typo. Tests XML -o. There should be a file already that I was using. Test CSV. It should be good enough. Let's try to run the simulation. Starting the simulation. Okay. We should be good. This close is so annoying. Night. That's the target. This is the source. Sword attack. It works. Our knight is actually attacking the boss. No way it works. It actually works. Okay. How can we test that it's actually doing what it's supposed to? Current target, right? We can lower the probability to, let's say, 1%. Or add some conditions. Now we can do that. Oh, come on. Not sure if that worked. I mean, 1% while updating any combat, so that's not very uncommon, to be honest. How can I... Let's try to reduce it to some ridiculous amount. Okay. How can I force reload the file? I don't think I can. Okay, now it's not attacking. There we go. 1. Okay, so it definitely works. It attacked the boss just once during the whole combat. Okay. So let's bring the probability back and let's add a condition. Let's say own health percent min. This is confusing. I need to change the way it's described. Where was that? Greater or equals to, less or equals to. And same thing here. So I can try to do that. So when our own health percent is greater than, let's say, 80%, 70%, then we attack. Otherwise we stop. Let's test that. Sure. Okay. Okay, definitely less attacks. Now let's see how much health does our knight have. So initially, yeah, it's 100 health, 100%. So let's see, this was the last attack in this batch. Five, 5, 7. So 557 out of 636, 87%. Okay, and then it gets reduced to 520, 81. Well, I guess it could be just delay. 76. I don't know. One thing that I cannot see here is failed skills. So yeah, there is no real way to check if it actually failed because of that condition. But definitely looks fine. 522. 611. Yeah. Looks like it only attacks when the health is pretty high. So I would say that works. What we can test is we can switch it to less or equal to, let's say 30%. Now it should stop attacking at the beginning. And then start attacking when the health drops below 30%. It's definitely running for longer. What? Ah, okay. So do we have sword attack? No. Well, that could be because the knight is dead. No, not dead. Never died. Oh, I guess the health never dropped below 30%. That's interesting. Yeah. Well, I guess the mage killed the boss before the knight's health dropped. Let's try to run one more test. Okay, knight health is dropping. Yeah, we have sword attack at the very end when the health was just 19. Okay, so that works. Okay, can we implement the other hard-coded parts now properly? Where is the simulation service? So many open files, I need to close that. So here, for example, player 2 casting on player 1, that's priest healing the knight. Right, that's more complex. That's more complex. We don't have... No, wait, maybe we do have the type of action or the type of target. Self, current target, enemy, 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 ally random, ally closest. We could probably use random ally and add a condition if the target health is below, I don't know, 50%. Actually, it's below 300, what we had coded initially, right? So yeah, I guess we could add a check like below 50%, and we just heal the random ally if their health drops below 30%. Eventually it will pick up the knight. Like we have just 2 more allies. But I would maybe prefer to add some party target types. Like party member or something like that. You could even add an event when party member health drops below certain health value or percent, we can execute an action. That could be smart. But for now, I guess We can do this. So what's our priest AD? Priest 20, 116. Priest 20. Heal random ally. Event type update every tick, not necessarily in combat. Action type use skill. Where is our heal AD? This one. Target type ally random. Target argument 0. Probability 100%. Condition. Action target. I don't have action target health implemented. I guess I can easily do that. One sec. Oh, where is it? Action target health percent min condition. We just replace that. We should be good to go. And let's just do the same for the max condition. Just like that. Now we need to register those in the dependency injection container. Here. And we need to register those in the tables. I should make this auto increment since I'm not using enum anymore. Okay, so now here I can add a condition. Action target health percent less than 50. Then it should fire. Let's try that, but first I need to comment out the hard-coded part. Okay. So now we only have the mage hard-coded. We can easily fix that, but first let's check if the healer is healing still. Okay. I did it end immediately, which is a good sign. Yes. Night health goes up. Let's see. Heal. So yeah, priest used heal on knight. Priest used heal on knight. Again. 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 Yeah, looks like it's working. But the party did wipe out. Wipe out. That was close jump. The star? Yeah, it's a little bit tricky to catch it. So the priest does use heal, but the party did wipe. Why? Priest ran out of mana, I guess. Huh. Oh, I guess because the knight is not attacking so much as it was before. So let's set condition to null here. So the knight keeps attacking. And just for the good measure, we can implement this as an AI action. So for player 3, this is our enchanter. Enchanter 105. So 105, event AD1, enchanter 20, use fireball, I think. What was the skill that it's using? Fireball. Enabled event type, update in combat, action type, use skill. Skill ID is this, target type, current target. Everything else stays the same. So we just keep trying to cast fireball every single time, constantly. Let's see if that works. Okay, let's see. I don't think it reloaded. It's a little bit stupid. Again, the party did wipe. Okay, let's see what's going on. First of all, so knight does attack the boss constantly. That is good. Next, knight. The mage is not attacking. Oh, I know why. I know why. Because it doesn't have the target. No, it does have the target. Oh. Oh. This is set to null. It can be set to null? Weird. No, I think that was a glitch. Hmm. Yeah, our enchanter is not enchanting. Why? What scenario was I using? Character cast skill. Weird. So let's double check. 15104. 15104. And the enchanter. Which is player 3. Player 3. Which is spawn 4. Yeah. 105. Weird. I know why. I know why. It constantly tries to cast the skill. Yeah, so I guess we do need to implement this check. So if I need the battle info, right? To be here. So if battle info casting skill ID. I feel like this is a little bit dangerous. But it should be fine. Because use skill should reset this thing. Let's double check. Why is it not expanding everything? Cancel skill cast. Okay, that resets. Table actions function. Battle component. This is what I'm looking for. This is skill cast start. This is use skill. Yeah, it does reset. It does reset. So I can probably... Like, I'm a little bit scared to implement this check because I'm not entirely sure that it's working. But okay. Casting skill ID not equals 0. This should be as easy as that, but I don't know. Looks dangerous. I'm just not entirely sure that I'm resetting this casting skill ID everywhere. I was only relying on it to be set to check if the casting of this particular skill is finished. But I think it should be fine. But another skill is in process of casting. This is incorrect because it could be our current skill. So, and casting skill ID not equals to, where is our skill ID? Skill ID. So, if casting skill is not 0 and not our current skill ID, that means that another skill is being casted. Which wouldn't solve our problem. Because basically what our AI is doing is it trying to restart casting every single time, every single tick. It doesn't see that the skill is in process of casting. I can teach it, technically. But I would like to... You know what? Let's cancel this. Let's revert this. And let's go to use skill handler. And here we can check if we are currently already casting the skill. If let's just add entity. Here. So if entity battle info casting skill ID not equals 0, then we can start casting this skill. That should fix it. Okay, let's have a look. Again, everybody died. Enchanter didn't cast anything. Huh. Could that be that it's just disabled? Let me do this again. Again, Enchanter didn't do anything. Interesting. Oh, wait. This is the other way around. If it is 0, then we can cast. I'm stupid. There we go. It casts Fireball. Finally. And everybody is alive. Everybody is alive. Priest didn't run out of mana. Enchanter is alive. Did run out of mana. Knight is healthy. Perfect. Let's see. So Enchanter used Fireball. Knight uses the sword attacks. Enchanter used Fireball. Priest used Heal. When the Knight health, yeah, was 293, below 50%. I didn't use it earlier. Good. Then again, Heal. When it was 327, good. It actually works. All right. So now we can get rid of all of that. All of that hard code. And I think that was the last hard-coded part. Well, maybe the time scale is something that we can make configurable, but yeah, that doesn't really matter. The actual simulation is now not hard-coded at all. Now we use the scenario file and AI to cast skills. And it actually works. Amazing. Great. So now I just need to finish implementing all of that. Also add it to the NPC AI and start porting the NPC skills, I guess, because I want to get rid of that. But for now, this is good. I can already use this in parallel to the skill, to the old skills of the NPCs. So yeah, that's great. That's great. And yeah, the priest target type is a little bit sketchy. Like it targets random ally, which is not very optimal. And it scans every neighbor, which is also very not optimal. But yeah, I guess we can add target type party member N or something like that, or at least random party member that's already gonna be much more efficient. But party member N should work with the simulations. So yeah, that's great. So yeah, I guess this is gonna be it for today. I'm very tired. Let's see, can we raid anybody? Do we even have the time to raid anybody? I don't know. I think I'm just gonna end the stream without raiding right now. How does one jump? With exclamation point jump, but your avatar has to be on screen. You can also jump with the panel under the stream player. But yeah, your avatar appears on screen when you're active in chat. If you didn't write anything for a long time, it just disappears. So yeah, this is gonna be it for today. Thank you everybody for watching. We finally finished this big part. It works. Technically we didn't finish it, but we made it work. Like the proof of concept works. So yeah, I'm not sure if I'm gonna be streaming tomorrow. I'll try to, but yeah, I don't know. And yeah, basically next time we pick up from where we left, we will try to implement this feature properly and make it work for the monsters too. So yeah, thank you everybody, have a nice day, and bye bye.